test here coming up. This is the only reason Dave does this job is for the light test. He gets to race his jet ski down to the other end and act like he's a drag boat. Little bit of that breeze picking up a little earlier than expected out here. Of course, our vendor alley manufacturers Midway is open. We got the snack bar open for business down there. We got Brad Martin's SoCal Jet Boats. And of course, RESP. Make sure you go down and see the lovely ladies down there. Get all your raffle tickets handled for the day and throughout the year. As we continue to bring the boats up to the lanes for Saturday qualifying out here at May Madness. And a light test. Dave's got good form, but he stands up too tall. That's not helping with the aerodynamics on an elapsed time, even though it's not a real race. These guys treat it like a real race. They probably had a side bet for at least $500 on that one. We got times in both lanes. Dave lays down a 14.78, but a .78 on the tree. He was sleeping. 47.3 the mile per hour. Right lane goes 16.06 at 42.90. Looks like a good light test. Come on, Dave. .78 reaction time. What's the deal? Joe Peck to announcing. Joe Peck to announcing. It'll be Orberg, and Tyler Russell will try it again. The BBC Curtis 501 by GS Marine 632. Orberg Excavation, TSR Concrete Coatings, Travis Farber, V-Drive Light, and IRIC Racing. Knuckles, GW Goff, Ron and Joey Gross Racing, Cheated Crane, Lead Mac, Mac Investments, ETC Electrical Testing. Right lane had the trouble. Left lane goes 598. And it's shown as an ET record, or at least setting a leg. It's a 640 by Hebe GB. We'll look into that. 136.96 in the left for Knuckles. Orberg got a little trouble over there. Tyler Russell with a 909 getting out of it, 54 miles an hour on the first pass of the day for the drag boats. Saturday qualifying out here at Lake Ming for the May Madness event. Flight risk, Jesse Gregerson, Brentwood, California, the BBC 565 Canyon Chevy. Ron and Joey Gross, C&J Carburetors. Crane and Hoist Services and the Bandies. Drag This, Tyler Riggs, the Colt TR4 557 Chevy. Fleming Racing, O'Reilly Auto Parts, TPE Plumbing. Left lane. Flight risk, Jesse Gregerson goes 638 on a 625 dial in, 129.10. Drag This, left lane, Tyler Riggs goes 828 on an 830, 98.81. On the second pair to go down the track. Cherry Popper and Carly Craig will be in the right lane. The Performance Boats, BBC 540. PW Racing and Fab, East Valley Performance Machine, Locos Only Racing Development. Hard Coatings, Jay's Hauling, Sperry Works, Crazy Earls Custom Colors. Bad Medicine, Jordan Endler. Left lane, the Chevy 540 Cole, Shotgun Doug's Transmission, Pulleys Excavating, Jacob the Kid, Rodriguez Plumbing Company, and special thanks, Joe Shelfo. Super Eliminators. Left lane for Jordan Edler. Bad Medicine goes 6.55 elapsed time, 116.5. 8:31 for Carly. Cherry Popper goes 90.90 miles per hour. Sunday shooter Ricky Sneed in the right lane. That's the far side. Bakersfield local shoe, the big block Hondo 454 Chevy. Aloha Pools of Bakersfield, Rowdy's Pool Service, Bear Mountain Auto Repair, Dallas Macon's Props, and Blue Diamond Pools. Double down, Cole Forest. Left lane, the near lane, 565 Chevy, Canyon Marine, Forest Transportation, KL Engineering and Gross Racing Engines. $7.10 for double down in the left lane. Cole Forest, 116.80 goes to number 3. Sunday shooter Ricky Sneed, 807 on an 800. And that'll put Ricky in the number 1 spot for now. Just getting things started on a Saturday. No name, Mark Lane in the left, the BBC 500 Rogers. Yes, that's the boat's name, no name. Stephanie Lane, the wife-owned boat. Jeff Leonard's, Todd at A&T Marine. Peterson Specialty, Joey Gross at Gross Racing, and Kevin Felkins. Unlimited Outlaw to the lanes. Unlimited Outlaw to the lanes. Pro Comp Hydro to the lanes. Pro Comp Hydro to the lanes. No Name Mark Lane lays down a 719 off the trailer on a 703, 110.89. That'll stick him into the number 5 spot early on. Might only get the 1 round. So extra pressure on these guys to lay down a number here right off the trailer. And it'll be Little White Lie, Kelly Reed, the Mike DeClark-owned boat. Hickman, California, Jeff Lornis, Daytona DSR 521. GS Racing, DSR Marine. GS Marine. Eddie Built Performance Engines, Lad Oil, Infinity Plumbing, Shockwave Boats. K-Sticks Graphics, John Mills, Pop-Off Valves, MPD, Kevin Christian. Pooch, Jeff Martin. Westerfield Motorsports, Maxima Oil, CP Carrillo, NGK Spark Plugs. Out of Long Beach, the Cole Noonan 540 Bullet. Pooch had some trouble, got out of it. Good run for Little White Lie, Kelly Reed. Good leave, then the boat sat down a little bit. 6.10 at 124.69 is what they got to go off of there. Pooch, Jeff Martin had the issues, ends up with a 758 at just 64.4. Blown gas jet, warm up. Pro gas flat, warm up. Unblown fuel jet, warm up. Blown gas jet, pro gas flat. Unblown fuel jet, warm up. Blacklist and Nicholas Childers, Bakersfield, California, 521 Hondo, Brad Anderson Power Plant. Chuck Hartsfield Motorsports, Josco, Jeremiah Allen, Hans Wernhardt, CP Carrillo, Nick Horton, Born Vintage Hot Rods, Rex and Tracy Childers, Lloyd and Ellen Childers, Paws and Claws Pet Resort. Flat Confused, Joe Martin in the left, the Giroux TR2 540 Gross, Hutchinson Racing Engines, Gross Props. Flat Confused, Joe Martin in the left. Blacklist, Nick Childers in the right, was dancing there at top end. 588 at 116.5. Flat Confused in the left, Joe Martin, 6.12 the elapsed time at 142.96. So the last call was blown gas jet, pro gas flat, unblown fuel jet, all warm up. Blown gas jet, pro gas flat, unblown fuel jet, warm up. Unlimited Outlaw, pro comp hydro to the lanes, second call. Angry Black, Paul Bauer in the right. Discovery Bay, California, the 555 flat, 2000 RGR Chevy. Mom's Purse helping out along with Mark's Wallet. Joey Gross, Gross Racing Engines. Jim Forsberg Racing. Last but not least, Christine. Little Blue, Craig Lucas. Couple NJBA regulars out here. Danville, California, 540 Cole. See, Don Cool, you don't even have to use your zoom lens for Little Blue. He put it right next to the shoreline for you on that one. 630 at 132 for the little blue boat. 621 at 126 for Angry Black Paul Bauer. So black and blue out there on the track on that run. Good. Rambunctious David Poffenbarger. Pleasanton, California, another NJBA regular, 540 Chevy Canyon. Also spends some time on the mic when he's not racing the boat. D21 Enterprises, Joey Gross, Gross Racing. Joe Shelfo is Shelfo Racing. Cannonballs, Bob Close in the left. The Mako, 540 Donovan. Close Construction, King Close Custom Paint, Cannon Marine, Kinsman Construction, Ray's Truck and Equipment, and Menkins V-Drives. Special thanks to Cheryl Cannon, Ray, Mike, Dan, and Raymond. Right lane, Poffenbarger, Rambunctious goes 608 on a 600, 138.11. That'll put him number 2 behind. Left lane, Cannonballs, Bob Close. He goes 621 on a 620, 132.9. That's your number 1 and number 2 qualifiers for Pro Comp Flat. 22 of them out here to play. Next pair up at the rope, Issues and Eric Stockbridge over there on the right. He's looking for sponsors if you're interested, and that's Snakebite. Jay Brakefield left. Out of Wilmington, California, the 565 Cole Chevy. Family helping out along with Robert Simons Racing Engines. Brad Simons at RRD. PW Racing and Fabrication, Westerfield Motorsports. CP Carrillo and Arias Pistons, Uncle Jess Cantina, and the Lunch Bunch of Oildale. Snakebite goes 653 on a 638 at 121.4 to go to number 4. Issues Stockbridge goes 815 on a 800 to go to number 5. 95.99 was the speed. Jay is a Pro Comp flat. Eric is a Super E. Blown gas jet, Pro gas flat, unblown fuel jet to the lanes. Blown gas jet, Pro gas flat, unblown fuel jet to the lanes. High strung Gary Riggins in the right, Visalia, California hometown. The 3D Hondo 500 flat Chevy. Wife Lisa, son Justin, crew chief Bob, Wade, Robert, and all the families. Bullet Extreme Fiberglass and Painting. HUR Racing Engine, Sean and Frank. Flat Nasty, Tony Rossi in the left. Petaluma, California, the 482 Chevy, Canyon Marine. HUR Performance, Jim Forsberg, Josh Hayden, Larson Racing Products. Thanks to the crew, Mom and Dad, and Cassidy. Flat Nasty, Tony Rossi looking good. He'll come in at the number 5 qualifying position in Pro Comp Flat with a 6.16 on the 600. 125.89 was the mile per hour. High strung Gary Riggins having the trouble out there. Ends up with a 1709 at 46.50, the number 18 qualifier for the high strung machine. And it'll be Wild Child, Jeremiah Allen in the right. Bakersfield, California local shoe, 526 Brad Anderson Mako. Canyon Speed Marine, Clean Blast Abrasives. DPT Digital Propeller Technology. Ron and Joey Gross, the Big Dog V Drive. July 24th to 26th at Windmill Cove. All right, Wild Child comes to life. Jeremiah Allen, boat 255. And loses power and brings it back to life. Local driver out of Bakersfield. Wild Child, Jeremiah Allen, right lane single with a 725 blown gas flat, 110.51 the mile per hour. Blown gas jet, Pro gas flat, unblown fuel jet to the lanes, second call. Pro Comp Hydro, unlimited outlaw to the lanes. Wake up call, Mike Rickabosh. Sparks, Nevada, the Chevy 509 Howard. Child abuse, JoJo Masick in the left. The big block Chevy 555 Canyon. Snavely Performance for getting the engine out. Nick Rose Insurance got flat. Joe Shelfo Racing, Freedom and Fuel. Williams Precision Machine, East Valley Performance. PW Racing and Fab and Naughty Shine. $6.18 on a 600 for Wake Up Call goes to number 6. And Child Abuse, JoJo goes $6.71 on a 650. Good enough for number 7. Pro Comp Flats. High Noon Express, next pair, right lane, Jerry Garner. The Dart Chevy 509, Hydro, Curtis. Motor by Joey Gross, V-Drive by Tom Bentley. Blue Moon, Steve Palladini in the left. Small block Chevy Pro Comp Flat, Cole TR3 428. Kent Supply, Bill's Jerky Net, Joey Gross Racing. Palladini Construction, Lopez Brothers, Naughty Shine. Working Class Stiff, Champions Race Fuel. Special thanks to Sean and Renee Thurston and Kryptonite Marine. So Garner, High Noon Express, a super eliminator in the right. Blue Moon, Steve Palladini, Pro Comp Flat in the left. $591 on a 600, 147.79 for High Noon Express and Jerry Garner. Truck and trailer to the in ramp for the 530. Blue Moon, Steve Palladini, truck and trailer, 530 to the in ramp. Kelly Mee is on the property. So head on down to RESP, SoCal Jet Boats, the snack bar. Good time to cruise around the pits. Check out your favorite boats. As once again, we're down on the red flag due to the wind. Safety first, of course, out here at all the NJBA events. The May Madness event. Just getting started with qualifying on a Saturday morning out here. Solar, Civil Pave, Amber Electric, L&H Concrete, Masick Racing, Hound Dog Racing, Orberg Excavation, Napa Auto Parts, and Civil Works. Waiting to see if we're good up there at the barge. Of course, I think we're going green. We got Heart Attack up at the rope in the right. High Wire, Sean Rogers left. Couple of pro comp flats. Heart Attack, Sean Forrest, Hollister, California 565, Joey Gross Canyon. Forrest Transportation, Gross Racing Engines, and KL Engineering. High Wire, Sean Rogers, Northridge, California, the 600 Dart, Cole, TR2. Thanks to Dad Matt Rogers, Rogers Construction, the Rogers Family Circus Crew, Joey Goss, Paul Hananian, Bob Perea, Jeff Tyler, Kylie, and Luke. And they're talking out there from top end all the way up to the starting area and whether we're going to have a safe green course or not. Boats are ready to go at the rope. Got through about half the class so far for the trying to run an 8th mile and get through the rest of the class. All right, so they just reported in. It looks good enough. We'll go the full 1,000 feet still. As it has noticeably settled down a little bit in the last few moments. These guys have been holding that rope for a while. Heart Attack, Sean Forrest right. High Wire, Sean Rogers left. And the engines come to life, and we'll resume qualifying here at Lake Ming for May Madness NJBA. And now they shut them down. They're trying. Right when it settled down a little bit, it kicked back up. And Team Rescue's out there watching very closely. They're watching down at top end as well. Safety first out here at NJBA. All right, Heart Attack, Sean Forrest comes to life in the right. High Wire, Sean Rogers fires up in the left. Uh, 6:05 on a 5:97 for Heart Attack. Sean Forrest in the right, 131.3 the mile per hour. High Wire, Sean Rogers left will go 6:72 on a 6:50. 110.4. So High Wire goes to number 9. Heart Attack, Sean Forrest goes to number 3. Next pair at the rope, White moves. Tom Lego Marcino out of Ventura, California. Couple of Pro Comp flats on the rope. Wildfire left lane, Brandon Greider. Bakersfield, California, local shoe. 540, 79, Cole TR2, big block Chevy. Special thanks to Little Mama for letting me run with the boys. Crew Chief, Professor Frank Kush. Tuner, Dr. Glenn Hutchison. Pit Crew, Bo Allen, Blair Lynn, Jimmy B, Melissa and Ryan. TNT Truck and Crane, Greider Motorsports, CP Carrillo, Arias Pistons, Rex Hutchison Racing Engines, Elite Reels, Uncle Jess Cantina, the Lunch Bunch of Oildale, MJ's Action Photography. Bob Close sitting in the number 1 spot. In Cannonballs, Poffenbarger in the number 2 spot, Rambunctious. And that last run by Heart Attack, Sean Forrest, snuck him into the number 3 spot. And they say the course looks good to go. And green. And we'll go for White moves in the right. Tom Lego Marcino, Wildfire, Brandon Greider in the left. Tom Lego Marcino goes 654 and a 645 and goes to the number 4 spot. For Pro Comp Flat, Wildfire, Brandon Greider a 636 on a 620 dial. 123.26 the mile per hour. We'll put him in the number 7 qualifying position. Burn notice, Tom Fulkerson in the right, Culver City, California, the DRC2 Cole TR2 Chevy. UPR Racing, TNA Heating and Air, CP Pistons, Edel Brock, JC Supply. Breaking Bad, Mike Torgerson. Paso Robles, 565 Canyon Chevy, Single Jack Speed and Marina. Templeton Flooring, Precision Craft Marine, DPT, Roslyn's Performance Motorsports, and Mitch Toves Welding. Mike just spent a little time doing a local radio interview promoting his career in drag boats. Torgy goes 588 on a 578. Good enough for the number 5 qualifying spot. 133.7. Good looking run off the trailer. Burn notice, Fulkerson had some issues out there right off the launch and gets it down to the other end with a 1558 in the number 13 spot. If looks could kill, Steve Rosh out of Upland, California. The Advantage 540 Chevy. Steve Rosh Electric, Team C High Performance Center, Silver Bullet Marine, B1 Racing, Steve Cylinder Heads, and Lefties Pinstriping. Henri, Tyler Souza. Rod Souza owns the boat. Tracy, California, the 540 Gross Chevy DeMarco. Cannon Marine, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Cheryl, Rich, Mike, and Bob helping out on the crew. Pro Outlaw, warm up. Pro Outlaw, warm up. Pro Outlaw, warm 'em up. Pro Outlaw, warm up. Steve Rosh goes 708 on a 700, 106 for the number 3 spot in Super E. Henri, Tyler Souza in the left. Pro Comp Flat goes 653 on a 640 and goes to the number 7 qualifier. Exhibition, warm up. Exhibition, warm up. Kryptonite, Sean Thurston in the right, the 454 Chevy K1 by Kryptonite. Sean Thurston, Ron and Joey Gross at Gross Racing, Kryptonite Marine. Easy Money, Jonathan Souza. The left, Tracy, California 496 Chevy. Thanks to Joey Gross at Gross Racing. Easy Money, Pro Comp Flat, Jonathan Souza makes it look easy and goes to the number 2 spot behind Bob Close and Cannonballs. 651 on a 645, 126.7. Kryptonite, Sean Thurston, Pro Comp Flat will go to the number 9 spot with a 645 on a 630, 127.7 the speed. The Butcher and Cole Irick. Cole TR4, Chevy 632. Masick Racing, Amber Electric. Robbie and Kim Orberg. Snavely Performance, Irick Racing. Williams Precision Machine. And the best adopted mom ever. Thank you to Lori Masick. Cole Irick goes 620 on a 580. 128 miles per hour. We'll put him in the number 16 spot in Pro Comp Flat. Always very competitive class out here at NJBA. Pro Outlaw and Exhibition to the lanes. Pro Outlaw Exhibition to the lanes. It'll be Bad Medicine, Jordan Endler, Santa Ynez, California, Chevy 540 Cole. Mark Endler at Snap-on Tools, Magnum Greg's TV and VCR repairs, Shotgun Doug's Transmissions, Poley's Excavating, Jacob the Kid Rodriguez Plumbing. Thanks to Joe Shelfo and the whole crew, Mom, Dad, as well. Bad Medicine, Jordan Endler. Pro Outlaw, Exhibition to the lanes. Pro Outlaw and Exhibition to the lanes. .694 on a 650, 87.3 the mile per hour. For Bad Medicine and Jordan Endler. Qualifying run puts him at the number 17 spot in the Pro Comp Flat field. Alcohol abuse, Ted Pippin in the right, the Sanger 540 Merlin. Big O Tires out of El Dorado Hills, Rex Hutchison Racing Engine, Imposer Racing, Orberg Racing, Tyler Russell. The Curtis 501 by GS Marine, 632. Orberg Excavation, TSR Concrete Coatings, Travis Farber of V Drive, Irick Racing. Left lane got it down to the other end with a 602 on a 600. And that'll be your number 2 qualifier. Nice run by Orberg and Tyler Russell, 133.4. And trouble for alcohol abuse and Ted Pippin in the right. And he'll need some jet ski help. Beautiful 602 by Orberg and Tyler Russell on a 600 dial. All brackets, warm up. All brackets, warm up. Quick Eliminator, 6 seconds, warm up. Pro Eliminator, 6.5, warm up. Top Eliminator, 7 seconds, warm up. Mod Eliminator, 8 seconds, warm up. River Racer, warm up. All right, so it looks like a single they'll attempt for alcohol abuse and Ted Pippin in the right lane. All right, looks like some white caps have developed, and it looks like they might go red again. We're trying. We are up against it. We're trying to run as many boats as possible. We're going red again, folks. So once again, a good time to head on down, check out Brad Martin, tell him I said hi. He's got hats, shirts, hoodies. You might need a hoodie today. SoCal Jet Boats. He's got a mini mall set up down there at the corner of Manufacturers Midway and Vendor Alley. They got the snack bar open for business. Oh, I can smell them from here. And, of course, RESP. They got the 50-50 raffle. They got the cool e-bike raffle. So go spend some money, get some raffle tickets. I'm not going to wear that hat. No, I'm not. Want to thank all our official NJBA photographers. Mark McLaughlin's down there at the top end, I believe. MJ's Action Photography. Matt Coach. Brian Lopez, Working Stiff Lifestyle. Napa Auto Parts. Civil Works. Orberg Excavation, Hound Dog Racing, LNH Concrete LLC, Masick Racing, Amber Electric, NC Solar, and Civil Pave. Support the people that help us out here at NJBA. Bracket classes to the lanes. Bracket classes to the lanes. Quick Eliminator 6 second to the lanes. Pro Eliminator 6.5 seconds to the lanes. Top Eliminator 7 seconds to the lanes. Mod Eliminator 8 seconds to the lanes. And Tom Bandy, not sure if you're our one river racer or exhibition, whatever you're running, I'll call you up to the lanes anyways. River racer up to the lanes. All right, now Alcohol Buse will try to get it down to the other end. Ted Pimpin in the right lane as it led up just enough for the course to go green here. All right, I think they thought it might have been the air bottle out there, but obviously might have been something else. Alcohol abuse. Ted Pippin tried to get it down. Right lane fired it up, but can't get it down the other end. So now the jet ski will come in, getting some help. Truck and trailer for the 1220. Back to the in-ramp. Truck and trailer for the 1220. Back to the in-ramp, please. All bracket boats to the lanes. Quick Eliminator 6 seconds to the lanes. Pro Eliminator 6.5 to the lanes. Top Eliminator 7 seconds to the lanes. Mod Eliminator 8 seconds to the lanes. River Racer to the lanes. Truck and trailer for the 1220. Alcohol abuse to the in-ramp. Truck and trailer for boat 1220 to the in-ramp, please. All right, they're watching it, and it changes constantly. For right now, they're calling red. If it gets a certain point, especially if these guys are seeing white caps down there, these gusts come up, they got to call red course for safety. And they watch it closely. They monitor it. They'll report on the radios green course to the starting barge, and then we'll be able to run the next pair. And that's what the delays are. It's Jane's Boat and Greg Walsh up there, the 470 entry. Big block Chevy Baby Curtis, Ron and Joey Gross, Ron Gross Connecting Rods, DPT, Digital Propeller Technology. Special thanks to my wife and kids. Right lane single for Jane's Boat. Greg Walsh up next soon as we go green. Unlimited Outlaw. Attention, if you can help us out down there at the other end. I guess we got some kids about waist deep in the water. You need to get out of the water, please. If you can help us out down there, if you see anybody in the water, tell them to get out of the water, please. We have enough delays already today. Come on, you guys. Get out of the water down there at the other end, please. All right, we'll try Jane's Boat. Greg Walsh in the right. Well, that was worth the wait. How about a 378 at 119 miles an hour to the 660 buoy? That blue buoy out there. Jane's Boat, Greg Walsh. Launching hard, good looking pass. Brackets, final call to the lanes. Brackets. To the lanes, quick eliminator, 6 second to the lanes. Pro Eliminator, 6.5 to the lanes. Top Eliminator, 7 seconds to the lanes. Mod Eliminator, 8 seconds to the lanes. River Racer, to the lanes. All right, jet ski going to assist down at top end for Jane's Boat. Greg Walsh obviously will be down for a second here, but probably doesn't matter because the wind's kicking back up again, so a good time for that. Photography in there. We got a Pro Comp Hydro single coming up next. That's Josh Hayden and Scrapper. Livermore, California, the 470 Dart Chevy Curtis. HUR Race Motors, Bammer, Mark Peters. Thanks to all my family. It would not be possible without your support. Thanks to Sean Ferreter, Frank Merciel, Jim Forsberg, Kelly Aspey, Danny Day, Jason Silva, Dale Razor, and Joe Shelfo. A left lane single it shows for Scrapper Josh Hayden. Let's move him to the right. Scoring monitor shows him in the left. Looks like they're getting a green course to the 660 blue buoy. They might consider running them to the 660 for a qualifying run. And we're showing Dead Man's Hand, Glenn Hutchinson in the right. Jim Robertson owns the boat out of Hayward. Unlimited Outlaw, Dart 501 Curtis. Dead Man's Hand, Tim Robertson Racing, CP Carrillo, Arias Pistons. Special thanks to Glenn Hutchinson and Joe Shelfo and Rex Hutchinson Motors. One of the hardest leaving boats we got. Boy, that thing never fails to launch hard. Love watching that boat. The 487 entry, a Dead Man's Hand, Glenn Hutchinson, a 369 to the 660, 121.80 miles per hour. I bet you Don Cool and MJ got a good shot of that one. All right, they say the course stays green. We're looking good out there. Trying to definitely get through one round of qualifying as the bracket boats have their call to the lanes and making their way up. All bracket classes up to the lanes for qualifying. Flight Risk and Jesse Gregerson in the right. Brentwood, California, the Canyon Chevy BBC 565. Ron and Joey Gross Racing Engines, C&J Carburetors, Crane and Hoist Services, and the Bandies. Special thanks to Mom, Dad, Rich, Jimmy, and Rick Santos. Scrapper, Josh Hayden in the left, Livermore, California, 470 Curtis Dart Chevy. HUR Race Motors, Bammer, and Mark Peters. Scraping paint off the buoys over there in the left. A 553 on a 540 for Scrapper, Josh Hayden. Number one qualifier for Pro Comp Hydro, Flight Risk. Pro Comp Flat, Jesse Gregerson goes to number 2 behind Bob Close. 632 on a 630. 131.03 for Flight Risk. Good run by Jesse Gregerson. All right, they call for a green course. Yeah, I was going to say Rescue One just answered back with hold off a sec. It's some gusts. The problem is the gusts keep picking up. They'll call green, and 3 seconds later, there's a big gust. And it was a crosswind. Now it's kind of a half a headwind, half a crosswind. So down for a red course once again. Sorry for the continued delays. A rough Saturday out here for May Madness, trying to get through a round one qualifying session. Got a capsule boat up on the rope looking for a launch, and finishing up with the round one qualifiers. Bracket boats making their way up to the lanes. Good time while we're on this red course to stop on by. No time better than to stop by RESP. Get those 50/50 raffles. They also have the cool electric bike raffle for the end of the year. The drawing will be on October 17th. Also, Brad Martin at SoCal Jet Boats. The snack bar is open for business as well. Looks like we're close to going green courses. It has settled down a little bit. And we got more boats on the rope and more coming out. Got some heavy hitters making their way out to the rope. Want to also thank Racers for Christ for their continued support and blessings. It'll be without a trace. Joe Murky, Panola, California, the Chevy Cole 509, Hubbard Machina, Hayward, San Leandro Crane, Acevedo Farms. Right lane, Murky showing a 608 on a 600. And now it'll be killing time over there in the left single. That's what happened. They ran a single in the right. 468 Fine Line Chevy, Mark Foxon Restorations, HP Engines helping out, along with Ken Myers Jr., Brian Manning, and a big shout out to the local restaurant brewers for airing the races on their TVs live. That's always important. Thanks to the crew, Robert, and Marlene. All right, we need truck and trailer for the 007 killing time back to the in-ramp. Truck and trailer for the 007 back to the in-ramp. Marine. And a super special thanks to my wife, Diana, for the years of patience on this project. I love you. The Sickness Scott Dearth, licensing pass, Pro Outlaw. And a canopy post. Left lane, they'll put them on the shoreline side for you. Just be the launch only. We're going to see how many NJBA fans we can get on a tree stump. I bet you guys could get more than 2 guys up there. Come on. I think we can get like 5 guys up there, right? Wonder if I said Joe Peck will give you guys $1 for every kid you can get up there on that stump. All right, here we go. Licensing pass, launch only. They'll be watching the Sickness Scott Dearth. Truck and trailer for the 226 to the Lagoon Ramp. Truck and trailer for boat 226 to the Lagoon Ramp. Had a little bit of trouble right there getting the lid down with the rope getting tangled up, and that wind was pushing him over. He was facing the announcer NJBA trailer. Had his hands full. Got it off on the launch. Thing was digging into the right and shut her down. So hopefully see the Sickness and Scott Dearth. Beautiful drag boat out there. Lid comes up, and the jet ski will help them down to the Lagoon Ramp. Truck and trailer for boat 226 to the Lagoon Ramp. All right, I'm sorry about that. Looks like they're bringing him back. Dave, you going to the in ramp then? All right, let's go truck and trailer for the 226 to the in ramp. He did a U-turn on me. Sorry, guys. Truck and trailer for the 226 to the in ramp. Got the Van Halen boat coming out next. Fair warning, Matt Hudson. Gotta love the name of the boat. Owned by Jim Robertson out of Hayward, California. Matt's out of Escalon, California. Rex Hutchison, Rodak 540 XH1 Fine Line. Jim Robertson and Family Racing, it's a fine line. Special thanks to Matt Hudson, Glenn Hutchison, Joe Shelfo, and Rex Hutchison Motors. Truck and trailer for boat 226 back to the in ramp. All right, looks like they'll call for some jet boats coming up next. And they'll change it up to white privilege. Zach Rauscher, Alpine, California 570, Miller BBC Cheyenne. In the left, BLR, Mike Miller Racing Engine, and Rawls Precision Machine helping out. Special thanks to all my great friends and family for making it possible. Tony, Mike, Sarah, Peyton, Trevor, Shelly, and Shannon, along with Madison, Tyler, Andy, and Stephanie, Maverick, and the Phelps family. Got a lot of help on that boat. Love to watch that boat run. White privilege Zach Rauscher goes 3.75 on the elapsed time to that 660-foot blue buoy marker at 119.78 miles per hour. Number 2 behind Glenn Hutchinson in Unlimited Outlaw qualifying. Now we'll go the right lane capsule. Fair warning, Matt Hudson. Jim Robertson out of Hayward owns the boat. Matt's out of Escalon, California. The Rex Hutchison XH1 Fine Line. 540 Rodak. Jim Robertson and Family Racing. It's a fine line. And special thanks to Matt Hudson, Glenn Hutchison, Joe Shelfo, Rex Hutchison Motors. Fair warning goes 536, a 5.36 to 1,000 feet. 5.20 was the dial-in. 161 miles per hour. And we'll need some help from a jet ski down at top end as he comes to a rest in fair warning right at the end of the course. 2, BLR Performance Marine, Tom Papp Racing, Desert Yacht Marine, Mike Miller Racing Engines, On the Tap H2O Solutions, Evans Custom Concrete. Special thanks to wife, mom, Danny, and Uncle Mike. Gage and the best Toho in the business, Garrett. Pickle Nasty, Tony Hammonds. Left lane qualifier. To that blue 660 buoy, a 4.10 elapsed time at 109.75 miles per hour. Good enough for the number 4 qualifier. Glenn Hutchinson leading the way in the class. Zach Rauscher, White Privilege, and Greg Walsh, Jane's Boat. Tony Hammonds, Pickle Nasty, then Austin Cole. Well, he hasn't been out there yet, and Steve Cranford is also entered. Making sure they're communicating and staying on a green course. And it'll be a left lane single for Angry Black and Paul Bauer. Pro Comp Flat. Discovery Bay, California driver. 555 flat 2000 RGR Chevy. Mom's Purse, Mark's Wallet helping out along with Joey Gross. Gross Racing Engines, Jim Forsberg Racing. Last but not least, Christine. Angry Black, Paul Bauer, left lane, all by himself. And a very consistent running Pro Comp Flat goes to number 8 qualifier. 629 on a 619 for Angry Black, Paul Bauer. He goes 126.8 miles per hour. And a couple of capsule boats for you. You didn't think we were going to run Cole Irick in Final Outlaw by himself. We got Crazy Train up there too. That'll be way better to run them both. Crazy Train and West Con. Good time to play Aussie Crazy Train over there, Mr. DJ. The Cornell 471 Brad Anderson Enterprises. NJBA 2025 High Points runner-up in the first season of Pro Outlaw. Civil Works Contracting, Civil Pave, RB Props, and Bill Diaz. Dement Landscaping and Andy Dement. Final Outlaw, Chris Irick, the Deaver 541, Brad Anderson, Orberg Excavation, Williams Precision Machine, Competition Coatings, Conley Marine, Norco Automotive, Mom and Michael Sunglass Tint, D&D Refrigeration, Masick Racing. Final Outlaw right, Crazy Train left, Pro Outlaw. Shutting it off early over there on the left, it looked like. 525 on the right for Final Outlaw. Chris Irick, 171.4 on a 520 dial-in. And that's your number 1 qualifier. Crazy Train goes to number 3 behind Fair Warning. And Final Outlaw, West Con goes 568 on a 520. I wonder what that would have been at 118. So Chris goes 525 on a 520. Number 1 qualifier. All right, 3 more pairs and another capsule boat coming at you, so don't stray too far away. We got plenty of fast drag boats coming at you on a breezy Saturday qualifying day at May Madness. Out here at the home of the National Jet Boat Association, Lake Ming, Bakersfield. Breaking Bad, Mike Torgerson. Quick Eliminator, Paso Robles, California. Drives multiple classes, 565 Canyon Chevy. When he's not racing drag boats, he's skiing the slalom course, racing motocross bikes, or doing radio interviews. Single Jack Speed Marina, Templeton Flooring, Precision Craft Marine, DPT, Roslett's Performance Motorsports, Mitch Toves Welding, and the best crew in the business, Meg, Craig, Steve, Faith, and Jody. Left lane, Orberg, Tyler Russell. The Curtis 501 by GS Marine, 632. Orberg Excavation, TSR Concrete Coatings, Travis Farber, a V-Drive Light, and IRIC Racing. All right, just getting our rescue boat into position as Orberg in the left and Breaking Bad in the right, ready to go. Tyler Russell and Mike Torgerson qualifying for Quick Eliminator. And we have a green course, should be ready to go and fire them up. Trying to definitely get through one complete round of qualifying here on a breezy Saturday. Well, they're going to have to slow them both down. 596 for Torgerson on a 600. 133.3. That'll be number 2. Tyler Russell, Orberg, 599 on a 600. We'll put him in number 1. Course is still green as they report in to keep the boats running. Got another pair up at the rope ready to go. 2 more pairs, I believe, than a capsule boat. It'll be Issues and Eric Stockbridge in the right lane. No sponsors for the boat. Bastard, Brandon Owens in the left. Mod Eliminator. The Liberty BBC 540. Bastard Brandon Owens goes to number 1. 800 with an 8 on an 800. 95.86 the speed. Issues in the right is your number 2 qualifier with a 797 on an 800 for Eric Stockbridge. And Issues 98.99 was the mile per hour. Capsule boat coming at you the left lane. They'll put them at you on the shore side. Unkin Brian Gilday, Dixon, California, the 5'10", Brad Anderson, left lane. The little go down, and he'll try to lay one down. Wild ride in the top end. Calm down there. Unkin Brian Gilday. Oh, I love the smell of racing fuel on a Saturday morning out at Lake Ming. 540 on a 520. 155.54. Boy, he had his hands full down there at top end. That thing was dancing around. And a nice and respectable 540 to 1,000 feet on a 520. 155.5 was hauling the mail on a Saturday. And they got some white caps down there at the far end, so we're going to go red course momentarily. We'll listen for the green course and let you guys know. We're doing our best, folks. We got some wind conditions. It's safety first out here. If you've never been to the boat drags before, obviously it's safety first. And if the wind comes up to a certain dangerous point, they will not run the boats. All right, Pro Comp flat, blown gas flat, Pro Comp hydro, warm up. Pro Comp flat, blown gas flat, Pro Comp hydro, warm up. Touch too much. Stephen McNeil on the left. Mod Eliminator and a Pro Eliminator. Gross blown BBC 5 Jetstar boat. Gross Racing Engines, high-tech performance. United Engine Machine, STD Racing. Mohan Machine, Rex Hutchison Racing. Special thanks to Deb, Dad, and Patch. Snake Bright, Jay Brakefield out of Wilmington, California, 565 Cole Chevy. Touch too much. Stephen McNeil goes 810 on an 800 dial, 100.46. Mod Eliminator number 2 behind Brandon Owens' Bastard. Jay Brakefield stays number 1. 653 on a 650, 116.03. Jay's got it dialed in. If anybody has any extra earplugs, we could use 2 pair up at the tower. If anybody has any extra earplugs, we could use them up here at the NJBA tower, please. It'll be Cherry Popper, Carly Craig in the right, the BBC 540 Performance, PW Racing and Fab, East Valley Performance Machine, Locos Only Racing Development, Hard Coatings, Jay's Hauling, Sperry Works, Crazy Earl Custom Colors, High Strung, Gary Riggins, Visalia, California, the 500 flat Chevy 3D Hondo. Wife Lisa's son Justin, crew chief Bob, also Wade, Robert, and all the families. Bullet Extreme Fiberglass and Painting, HUR Racing, Sean and Frank. All right, a 595 on a 600, 131.4. For High Strung, and Gary Riggins getting it together on that pass. Cherry Popper Carly Craig goes 803 on an 800. She'll go to number 2 qualifier. In Mod Eliminator, High Strung will go to number 3 in Quick Eliminator. Ain't misbehaving Randy Garner, the 454 Chevy Sanger Hydro. Allie, Callie, Carla, Daniela, Vinny, and Jerry. Miss you guys. Fish, Jeremy, Aaron, Jason. Abracadabra, Bob Prigmore in the left. Lake Havasu. Ain't misbehaving, had some trouble, just kind of limped it down to the other end with 11:39 at 62.1. Abracadabra, Bob Prigmore out of LHC, Lake Havasu City, Arizona. The Placecraft 572 with Robert Honey Badger Ledbetter and David Ebert helping out. D&E Motorsports Development, Peterson Boat Specialties with a 660 on a 650. That's good enough for the number 2 qualifying position. In Pro Eliminator, Abracadabra, Bob Prigmore will sit behind Jay Brakefield. Number 2 qualifier. Came through the lights at 116.7. Out of control, Jim Howard in the right, Granada Hills, California. AZ Boat Guys, O'Grady's Bar, Howard's Signery, Extreme Boat Mist, Andrews Powder Coating, L&L Anodizing, Balboa Boulevard, Elite Reels, McLaughlin Supply, Bear Trailers, Lifeline, LA Golf Carts. Drag This in the left, Tyler Riggs, Cole, TR4 557 Chevy, Fleming Racing Engines, O'Reilly Auto Parts, TP Plumbing. .664 on a 650 in the right for Out of Control. Jim Howard goes to the number 3 spot behind Brakefield and Prigmore. Drag This, Tyler Riggs. Mod Eliminator goes to number 3 behind Bass Turd and Cherry Popper with an 804 on an 800. Nice pass, 100 miles per hour. Pro Comp blown gas. Round 2 qualifying. Pro Comp flat to the lanes. Blown gas flat to the lanes. Pro Comp Hydro to the lanes. Sunday Shooter, Ricky Sneed. Mod Eliminator, Bakersfield, California, 454 Big Block Hondo Chevy. Aloha Pools of Bakersfield, Rowdy's Pool Service, Bear Mountain Auto Report, Daryl Minkins and Blue Timon, Rambunctious, David Poffenbarger, D21 Enterprises, Joey Gross, Joe Shelfo Racing. Poffenbarger, number 1, 603 on a 600, 138.7. Sunday Shooter, Ricky Sneed. Mod Eliminator goes 808 for the number 4 qualifier. 101.03. It'll be Laughing Rat, Steve Hudson in the left. Pro Eliminator competitor. Turpin Racing Engines helping out, along with Farmless Blacksmith, O'Reilly Auto. Thanks, Patty, Greg, and Curtis Jr. Exhibition in the right for La Puta Negra, Troy Van Horn. Wildercraft, 605 Mike Miller. Desert Yacht Racing, Dallas Designs, Tom's Paint and Body, Mike Miller Racing. East Valley Machine, a Whitemeyer Racing, San Juan Fabrication, Glidewell Performance Marine. Valley Transport, Valley Crane, Mike Odin, and Custom Willys. Special thanks to Dad, Dallas Marine, Curtis J, Eddie, Noah, and Mike. Wild ride over there in the left for the Laughing Rat. He was dancing. Steve Hudson had his hands full. Runs a 625 on a 650 dial, 106.0. In the right, 656 for Troy Van Horn. 119.15 on the exhibition pass. JoJo Masick in the right, Child Abuse. NJBA regular, big block Chevy, 555. In the Canyon, Snavely Performance for getting the engine out so quickly. Nick Rose Insurance got flat. Joe Shelfo Racing, Freedom and Fuel. Williams Precision Machine, East Valley Performance Machine, PW Racing and Fabrication. Naughty Shine, Dad and Steplow, the Roaches, Grandma and Auntie. My Sisters and Jade. Left lane, Promised Land, Kenny Boswell. The top eliminator, Sanger, 540 gross. Esposito Racing, Gross Racing Engines, J.O. Layton and Penny Lossing helping out. JoJo runs Pro Eliminator in this one. Top eliminator for Boswell. Qualifying. JoJo goes 652 on a 650, number one qualifier. 122.4 was the mile per hour down at the other end. For Pro Eliminator, for top eliminator in the left, Promised Land. Kenny Boswell goes to number one in his class. 697, 123 on a 700 dial. They'll fix that up. If looks could kill, Steve Rosh at Upland, California. The Advantage 540 Chevy in the right lane. Steve Rosh Electric helping out on the boat along with Team C High Performance Center. Silver Bullet Marine, B1 Racing, Steve Cylinder Heads, Lefty's Pinstriping. Left lane, Whitey, Duncan Patterson, the Blown Gas Jet. Alpine, California, Tunnel, 565 cubic inch Chevy. JP Marine, Blue Skies Heating and AC, Mike Miller Racing Engines. So Steve Rosh, a top eliminator, Blown Gas Jet in the left, qualifying run. Steve Rosh, if looks could kill, 7-11 on a 700, number one in top eliminator, 106.6 the mile per hour. Whitey Duncan Patterson goes number one in Blown Gas Jet, laying down a 570, 121.31. Nice run in that left lane. Pro Comp flat, Blown Gas flat, Pro Comp Hydro to the lanes. Pro Comp flat, Blown Gas flat, Pro Comp Hydro to the lanes. Second call. That was more out of habit. It'll be double down. Double down in Cole Forest in the right. Canyon Marine 565 Chevy, Forest Transportation, KL Engineering, Gross Racing Engines. Without a trace, Joe Murkey in the left. Double down, a top eliminator. Without a trace, a quick eliminator. Pinole, California, the 509 Chevy Cole. Hubbard Machina, Hayward, San Leandro Crane. Acevedo Farms, Lori's Water Truck Service, and Sean's Customs. Without a trace, Joe Murkey at 621 on a 600. He'll be at number 2 for quick eliminator behind Rambunctious and Poffenbarger. His speed was 149.36 at the big end. Double down, Cole Forest goes 7.10 on a 700, good enough for the number 1 spot in top eliminator. It'll be Heart Attack. Sean Forrest in the right. Hollister, California, 565. Joey Gross Canyon. Forest Transportation, Gross Racing Engines, KL Engineering. Special thanks to Mom and Dad, John Cooling, Kevin Lynch, Justin, Joey Gross, and Grandpa. No Name, Mark Lane in the left. Top eliminator, BBC 500 Rogers. Stephanie Lane owns the boat. Special thanks to her. Jim Lennox, Todd at A&T Marine, Peterson Specialty, Joey Gross at Gross Racing, and Kevin Felkins. So Heart Attack, a quick eliminator qualifier, and No Name, a top eliminator qualifier. Sean Forrest in the right for quick eliminator goes to number 2, stays number 2 behind Poffenbarger. Or no, jumped up in front of Murky, a 6.09 on a 6.00 at 131. No Name, Mark Lane, number 2 behind Double Down, Cole Forrest. Runs a 7.10 on a 7.00, 112.38 the mile per hour. High wires, Sean Rogers in the right. Northridge, California, 600 Colt TR2 Dart. Thanks to Dad, Matt Rogers, Rogers Construction, the Rogers Family Circus Crew. Joey Goss, Paul Hanonian, Bob Perea, Jeff, Tyler, Kylie, and Luke. The Butcher, Cole Irick. The Chevy 632 Colt TR4. Masick Racing, Amber Electric, Robbie and Kim Orberg, Snavely Performance. Irick Racing, Williams Precision Machine, the best adopted mom, Lori Masick. High wire, Sean Rogers, pro eliminator in the right, goes 653 on a 650. He's a number 3 qualifier behind JoJo Masick and Jay Brakefield. Quick eliminator, the Butcher, Cole Irick, will be in the number 6 qualifying position with a 596 on a 600 dial, 134.7 miles per hour. Left lane, first time on the rope today for quick decision. Steve Cranford, Watsonville, California, the 540. Curtis, 501. Curtis Kraft. Napa Auto Parts helping out along with Townsend Enterprises, Chuck Hartsfield Racing, Joe and Donna Peck, Mike and Francis Botson, Mike Chadwick, Mike Carter, Joey Gross Racing, Chris Curtis Manufacturing, and AMP by Kirsten. And to my wife for letting me play with the boys and the toys. 371 to the 660. Blue buoy, 120.9. For the quick decision boat, Steve Cranford. It's Tom Bandy and Hallett Hats No Fury, Westminster, California, BBC Chevy for a legend in jet boat racing and NJBA over the years, Mr. Tom Bandy. Tom having some trouble out there in the Hallett Hats No Fury, but always good to see the legend from the NJBA out here. And it's definitely my pleasure to announce Mr. Tom Bandy out there on the water. Good to see him out there in the River Racer class. Looks like another left lane single up at the rope. As we continue with qualifying, Pro Comp flat, blown gas flat, Pro Comp hydro to the lanes. Trying to get through a round 2 qualifier on a beautiful Saturday out here at Lake Ming. Knuckles, Sean Giroux, Hesperia, California, the Joey Gross Canyon 500, Mac Investments, Triple B Speed Machine, EJ Weber Electric, ETC Electrical Testing Company, Lead Mechanical, Amtex Electrical Testing. Good looking run, showing a record time there. Of course, it would have to be backed up. We'll look into it, of course. 593, shattering a current ET record of a 640 by Hebe Jeeby. That happened earlier, 136 miles an hour. And we got a runner there. Pro Gas flat, Knuckles, Sean Giroux in the left lane. That morning shade from the. He probably should add that.
Okay, thank you.
Burn notice, Tom Fulkerson to the left. TNT Racing owns the boat. Culver City, California, Colt TR2 Chevy. UPR Racing, TA Heating and Air, CP Pistons, Edelbrock, and JC Supply. Special thanks to Uncle Paul and Joey Gross. Kryptonite, Sean Thurston. Fallon, Nevada, the 454K won by Kryptonite Chevy. Kryptonite Marine, Sean Thurston, Ron and Joey Gross. $626 for a couple of Pro Comp flats. Burn notice Tom Fulkerson will go to number 7 at 126 on the 616 dial. Kryptonite Sean Thurston will go 628 on a 640 and is shown in the number 12 position for Pro Comp flat qualifying. Oh, blow off Pro Gas flat.
Unlimited Outlaw.
All right, attention in the pits. Unlimited Outlaw, warm up. Blown Gas Jet, warm up. Pro Gas Flat, warm them up. Unblown Fuel Jet, warm up. Unlimited Outlaw, warm up. Blown Gas Jet, warm them up. Pro Gas Flat, warm up. Unblown Fuel Jet, warm up. Alcohol Abuse and Ted Pippin, the singer, 540 Merlin. Sponsored by Big O Tires out of El Dorado Hills, Rex Hutchison Racing Engines, and Poser Racing. Special thanks to my wife, Shelly, my dad, Dennis, my crew, Todd, Jim, and Eric. Alcohol Abuse, Ted Pippin, left lane, single. Solid pass with a 596 on a 578. Number 2 behind Josh Hayden and Scrapper. And Pro Comp Hydro for Alcohol Abuse, Ted Pippin. Speed was 143.26 down at the top end. Left lane, Exhibition Capsule. Actually, that's early, but definitely one of the crowd favorites out here at NJBA Freak Show, Vic Esposito. Exhibition run out of Nevada City, the Curtis 501. Mitch the Shanker helping out along with Dennis Infield. It's Freak Show, left lane, Canopy. Exhibition. Freak Show, always putting on a show. He might want to change classes. 5:22. How about 170.45 top speed of the day? Oh, nice little big whiff of that methanol, racing fuel. Little Blue and Craig Lucas, couple of NJBA regulars at the rope, Pro Comp Flats. Craig's in the right lane, Danville, California driver, 540 Colt TR1 BBC. Fieldler Construction and Roofing, Mankins V drives. Left lane, Blue Moon and Steve Palladini. The small block Chevy, 428 Colt TR3. Kent Supply, Bill's Jerky Net, Joey Gross Racing, Palladini Construction, Lopez Brothers, Naughty Shine, Working Class Stiff, Champions Race Fuel. Special thanks to Sean and Renee Thurston at Kryptonite Marine. Little Blue, Craig Lucas in the right goes 638 on a 619 Pro Comp Flat number 10 qualifier. Blue Moon, Steve Palladini will end up number 14. 636 on a 620 dial, 129.26 in a qualifying battle of the Blue Boats. Flat confused, Joe Martin. Couple of blown gas flats. Keene, California, Giroux TR2 540 Gross Racing. Hutchinson Racing Engines, Gross Props. Special thanks to Frank, Daryl, Sean, Toby, Melissa, and crew. Nick Childers, Blacklist, your current blown gas flat record holder. 144.53 miles per hour. Bakersfield, California, local hot shoe, the 521 Brad Anderson Hondo. Chuck Hartsfield Motorsports, Josco Construction, Jeremiah Allen Racing. Hans Wernhardt, CP Carrillo, Nick Horton, George Johns, Born Vintage Hot Rods, Rex and Tracy Childers, Lloyd and Ellen Childers, Paws and Claws Pet Resort. Blown gas flat, number 1 qualifier, Nick Childers, Blacklist. He goes 581 on a 141.78 mile per hour run. 06 reaction time. He's got it dialed in on a qualifying Saturday right lane. Flat confused Joe Martin goes 595, 141. So those were your number 1 and number 2 qualifying passes in the class right there. And Childers is on it in that Blacklist boat. That thing's a runner. And thanks, Rex, for the reminder on the mile an hour current record holder. High strung, Gary Riggins in the right. Visalia, California, 3D Hondo, 500 Chevy. Wife Lisa, son Justin, crew chief Bob, Wade, Robert, all the families, Bullet Extreme Fiberglass and Painting, HUR Racing, Sean and Frank. White Moves, Tom Lego Marcin out of Ventura. In the left, Pro Comp Flat Bottom qualifying. High strung, Gary Riggins will go to number 3. Pro Comp Flat qualifier, 599 on a 595 dial, 132.14. White Moves, Tom Lego Marcino will go to number 7 with a 639 on a 650 dial, 124.93 was the mile per hour. Little White Lie, Kelly Reed, Mike DeClark owned boat. Hickman, California, the Daytona DSR 521, Jeff Lornis. GS Racing, DSR Marine, GS Marine, Eddie Built Performance Engines, Lat Oil, Infinity Plumbing, Shockwave Boats, K-Sticks Graphics, John Mills, Pop-Off Valves, MPD, Kevin Christian. Pooch in the right, Jeff Martin. Jim Whiteley owns the boat. The Long Beach, California driver, Noonan 540. Cole, TR4, Bullet, TR4. Westerfield Motorsports, Maxima Oil, CP Carrillo, NGK Spark Plugs. Helping out on the crew, Anthony, Frank, and Andy. Should be a good one here. Pooch, a regular out here, blown gas flats. And a fairly new setup for the Little White Lie, Kelly Reed. Jeff Martin, number 1. Pooch will go 576 at 136. Little White Lie, Kelly Reed will go 592 and go to number 3 behind Martin and Childers. 592 at 129.7 the mile per hour in that left lane for Little White Lie and Kelly Reed. Dave Duffield, your food is at the tower. Dave Duffield, if you can hear me, your food's at the tower. Wild Child, Jeremiah Allen. Kevin Felkins owns the boat. Blown gas flat competitor. Bakersfield, California, local hot shoe, the 526, Brad Anderson Mako. Canyon Speed Marine, Clean Blast Abrasives. Digital Propeller Technology, Ron and Joey Gross, the Big Dog V-Drive. July 24th, Windmill Cove. Left lane single for Wild Child. Another good-looking drag boat. Wild Child. Jeremiah Allen lays down a 624 at 131.33 miles per hour down there at the top end. He'll sit number 5 in Blown Gas Flat. And it looks like Torgy up there on the left rope, left lane. It'll be Breaking Bad, Pro Comp Flat Bottom, qualifying. Mike Torgerson, fresh off his radio interview. He's a radio star. Well, he's got a face for radio. Paso Robles, California, 565 Chevy Canyon. Single Jack Speed and Marina helping out, along with Templeton Flooring, Precision Craft Marine, DPT, Rossland's Performance Motorsports, Mitch Toes Welding, and the best crew in the biz, Meg, Craig, Steve, Faith, and Jody. Cannonballs. Bob Close. In the right lane, the Donovan, 540. Mako. Close Construction, King Close Custom Paint, Cannon Marine, Kinsman Construction, Ray's Truck and Equipment, Mankins V Drive. Special thanks to Cheryl Cannon, Ray, Mike, Dan, and Raymond. Should be a good one here. Well, Torgy had his hands full. When you see him lifting up the visor before the 660 buoy, that's not a good run in qualifying. Cannonballs will stay up number 1, Pro Comp Flat. He lays down a 616 on a 619 dial-in. 133 miles an hour. That Cannonballs boat is running good for Bob Close. Torgy will go take a look at what happened there on the start. Ends up just coasting through at the other end, 1308 at 32.9. For the Breaking Bad boat. And currently sitting number 9 qualifier in Pro Comp Flat. in the left lane. Pro Comp flat to the lanes, blown gas flat to the lanes. Pro Comp hydro to the lanes. Unlimited outlaw to the lanes. Blown gas jet to the lanes. Pro gas flat to the lanes. Unblown fuel jet to the lanes. Pro outlaw warm up. Exhibition warm up. Henry, Tyler Souza in the right. Tracy, California, 540 Gross DeMarco Chevy. Cannon Marine O'Reilly Auto Parts. Rambunctious, David Poffenbarger, the D21, Joey Gross, Joe Shelfo. Poffenbarger, number 2 qualifier behind Paul Bauer in a very competitive Pro Comp flat bottom class. He goes 6:01 on a 600, and that's only good enough for number 2 qualifier. That's how competitive it is. 139.24. Henry, Tyler Souza, the 000 entry. Number 12 qualifier with a 682 on a 650. Slows to a 97.8 on the speed at the top end. Pro Comp flat and a Pro Comp hydro. It'll be easy money. Pro Comp flat in the right. Jonathan Souza, Rod Souza owns the boat. Tracy, California, the 496 Chevy. Cole TR2. Special thanks to Joey at Gross Racing. Without a trace, Joe Mirkey in the left. Ray Bergnalik owns the boat. Pinole, California, 509 Chevy Cole. Hubbard Machina Hayward, San Leandro Crane, Acevedo Farms out of Manteca, Lori's Water Truck Service out of Manteca, and Sean's Customs out of French Camp, California. Easy money right, without a trace left. Murky playing with the throttle there a little bit and ends up number 1 with a 605 Pro Comp Hydro left lane qualifier, 145.5. Pro Comp flat in the right, number 5 qualifier, Jonathan Souza, easy money, goes 650 on a 648, nice, 130.7. And they'll continue to bring him out to the rope. All right, we got high wire Sean Rogers in the right. Northridge, California, the 600 Dart Cole TR2. Thanks to Dad Matt Rogers and Rogers Construction, and of course the Rogers family circus crew. Joey Gaspahanoni, Bob Perea, Jeff Tyler, Kylie, and Luke. Bad Medicine, Jordan Endler in the left. Couple of pro comp flats. San Ynez, California, the Cole Chevy 540. Shotgun Dougs and Magnum Gregs. Jordan Endler goes to number 9 with a 658 on a 649 at 117. High wire, Sean Rogers in the right will go to number 13 in the highly competitive pro comp flat bottom class, 662 on a 650 dial, 117.9. After eating my lunch. Attention in the pits. Unlimited Outlaw to the lanes. Blown Gas Jet to the lanes. Pro Gas Flat to the lanes. Unblown Fuel Jet to the lanes. And we'll bring you up to Pro Outlaw and Exhibition to the lanes. Wake up call, Mike Rickabosh, Sparks, Nevada, the 509 Chevy Howard in the right. Left lane, Child Abuse, JoJo Masick. Couple of pro comp flats doing battle here on a Saturday qualifying at Lake Ming for the May Madness NJBA. JoJo running the 555 big block Chevy Canyon. Snavely Performance for getting the engines out so quickly. Nick Rose Insurance got flat. Joe Shelfo Racing, Freedom and Fuel. Williams Precision Machine. East Valley Performance Machine. PW Racing and Fabrication. Naughty Shine. Special thanks to Dad and Steplow, the Roaches, Grandma and Auntie, my sisters, and Jade. Couple of regulars out here on the National Jet Boat Association Series. JoJo will go run out there with the other guys out there at Parker Strip too. I don't think the boys like it so much when JoJo shows up. Attention in the pits, unlimited outlaw to the lanes, blown gas jet to the lanes, pro gas flat to the lanes, unblown fuel jet to the lanes, pro outlaw and exhibition to the lanes. All right, we'll bring the safety boat back over to the other side. Green course, soon as it gets to the other side, and we'll be ready. Wake up call on the right's ready. Mike Rickabosh. Child abuse, JoJo Masic's ready in the left. Pro comp flat. Round 2 qualifying. All right, NJBA rescue on the right side of the lake. Child abuse comes to life. Wake up call wakes up. Couple of pro comp flats on a qualifying run out here on a Saturday at Lake Ming. May Madness for the National Jet Boat Association. Here we go. Number 1, left lane, JoJo Masick, child abuse, goes 650 with a 4 on a 6500, 122.89. Wake up call. Mike Rickabosh does all he can do, goes 621 on a 610. 131.79. He'll be the number 13 pro comp flat qualifier. And child abuse is abusing the rest of the competition in qualifying. Hallett hats, no fury. Always great to see Tom Bandy out here, Lake Ming. Westminster, California, the BBC Chevy. River Racer. Much better than the first attempt. Tom Bandy, Hallett, Hats No Fury, 832 on a 10-second index. So goes too fast, but it's just qualifying. 97.81 in that old jet boat. The Hallett. Pro Outlaw to the lanes. Pro Outlaw exhibition to the lanes. Pro Outlaw to the lanes. Exhibition to the lanes.
Thank you. You got it.
It'll be Wildfire, Brandon Greider in the right. The Bakersfield, California local, 540. Big box Chevy and a 79 Colt TR2. TNT Truck and Crane Service, Greider Motorsports, CP Carrillo, Arias Pistons, Rex Hutchison Racing, Elite Reels, Uncle Jess. The Lunch Bunch of Oildale, MJ's Action Photography, Heart Attack, Sean Forrest in the left. Forrest Transportation, Gross Racing's KL Engineering out of Hollister. Heart Attack, Sean Forrest goes 621 on a 604 dial, 121.15. In the number 8 position for Pro Comp Flat. Wildfire will go to the number 20 qualifying position with a 623 and a 628. 125.45. And they'll continue to bring them up to the rope here at Lake Ming. Qualifying Saturday, bracket classes, warm them up. Quick Eliminator, 6 second, warm up. Pro Eliminator, 6.5 seconds, warm up. Top Eliminator, 7 seconds, warm up. Mod Eliminator, 8 seconds, warm up. River Racer, warm up. Flat Nasty, Tony Rossi in the left out of Petaluma, California, the 482 Chevy Canyon Marine. HUR Performance, Jim Forsberg, Josh Hayden, Larson Racing Products, HUR Performance. Thanks to the crew, Mom and Dad and Cassidy, double down, Cole Forrest in the right. Canyon Marine, 565 Chevy, Forrest Transportation, KL Engineering, Gross Racing. Special thanks to Cole, Kevin, Joey, and Dad. Tony Rossi goes to number 3 behind Rambunctious and Heart Attack. 613 on a 600, 123 for Flat Nasty. Double down, Cole Forrest goes to number 1 in top eliminator. In front of Mark Lane and Steve Rosh, he goes 698 on a 700, 117. It'll be Snakebite in Jay Brakefield, Pro Comp Flat qualifying run, Wilmington, California, the Cole 565 Chevy. Robert Simons Racing, special thanks to family. Brad Simons at RRD, PW Racing and Fab. Uncle Jess Cantina, the Lunch Bunch of Oildale. Jay Brakefield Snakebite goes 643 on a 645. He sits in the number 18 spot for Pro Comp Flat. 121.78 the mile per hour. Man, that's a competitive class of Pro Comp Flat bottom class. Couple of jets, White Privilege, Zach Rauscher, Alpine, California, Blown Gas Jets. 570 Miller BBC Cheyenne. BLR, Mike Miller Racing, Rawls Precision Machine. Whitey, Duncan Patterson in the right. Another Alpine, California driver, 565 cubic inch Chevy Tunnel. JP Marine, Blue Skies Heating and Air Conditioning, Mike Miller Racing Engines. Rauscher gets a lot of help over there on White Privilege in the left. Special thanks to all the great friends and family for making it possible. Tony, Mike, Sarah, Peyton, Trevor, Shelly, Shannon, Madison, Tyler, Andy, and Stephanie, Maverick, and the Phelps family. Always good to have a lot of help if you're going racing. Plus, it makes the barbecue at the end of the day much more fun. Check out the sound on the turbos. Blown Gas Jets. Whitey Duncan Patterson in the right goes 542 and gets that ET record, a leg on it anyways. That's a 546 held by Gray Matter and goes 138 miles an hour in that right lane. What a run by Whitey. Goes to the number 1 spot. White Privilege, Zach Rauscher, number 2. Goes 551 at 122.17 in the left lane. So Gray Matter holds the ET record at 5.46. He just goes 5.42. And we'll have to back it up at this event. We'll see if that becomes an actual new elapsed time record for the class. Blown Gas Jets. Pickle Nasty and Tony Hammonds coming up to the rope. Unblown Fuel Jet. Powder Tech 2. BLR Performance Marine helping out on the boat, along with Tom Papp Racing. Desert Yacht Marine, Mike Miller Racing Engines. On the tap, H2O Solutions, Evans Custom Concrete. Special thanks to wife, mom, Danny, and Uncle Mike, Gage, and the best ho-ho in the business, Garrett. Pickle Nasty and Tony Hammonds comes to life. Unblown Fuel Jet qualifying run. $598 at 112.14 for Pickle Nasty, Tony Hammonds, Unblown Fuel Jet. $598 at 112.14 the speed. It'll be Jane's boat, Greg Walsh, Unlimited Outlaw on the right, the Baby Curtis, Chevy Big Block. Ron and Joey Gross, Ron Gross Connecting Rods, Digital Propeller Technology, thanks to my wife and kids. Jane's boat, Greg Walsh, right lane, single. Had a good pass first time down. Two for two to the 660. He goes 375 elapsed time to the 660 at 119.74 miles per hour. Greg Walsh, Jane's boat. Quick Eliminator, 6 seconds to the lanes. Pro Eliminator, 6.5 seconds to the lanes. Top Eliminator, 7 seconds to the lanes. Mod Eliminator, 8 seconds to the lanes. River Racer, to the lanes. Round 2 brackets, to the lanes, all you guys. It's Crazy Train in West Con, the 471, Brad Anderson, Cornell, RB Props and Bill Diaz, Dement Landscaping, Andy Dement, Civil Paves, Civil Works Contracting, Crazy Train. Beautiful pass by Crazy Train. He got it all the way down to the other end, A to B. And the team is fist bumping down there on the shoreline, so I know they liked it better than that first one. Of course, he shut off early. How about a 522 with a 1 on a 5200 dial? 174.5 miles an hour. 522 on a 520. 174 miles an hour for WestCon Crazy Train, number 1 qualifier. So Crazy Train, number 1, Final Outlaw. Up next sits number 2, then Fair Warning, Unk and Brian Gilday, and The Sickness with Scott Dirth. So the qualifying battle for the number 1 and the bragging rights will be between Crazy Train and this next boat in the right. And Not If Fair Warning has something to say about it in the left with Matt Hudson. Jim Robertson owns the boat. Escalon, California, the 540 XH1 Fine Line, Rex Hutchison, Rodak. Jim Robertson and Family Racing, it's a fine line. Special thanks to Matt Hudson, Glenn Hutchison, Joe Shelfo, and Rex Hutchison Motors. Final Outlaw, Chris Eyrick in the right. Joe Eyrick owns the boat. Pro Outlaws, the big Brad Anderson 541 Deaver. Orberg Excavation, Williams Precision Machine, Competition Coatings, Conley Marine, Norco Automotive, Mom and Michael Sunglass Tint, D&D Refrigeration, and special thanks goes out to Masick Racing. Capsule Boats on the Rope coming at you next with Final Outlaw Chris Eyrick in the right, Fair Warning Matt Hudson in the left. And the barge official starter tells them fire them up, and they do so. 30 seconds away. Should be a good qualifying showdown here. With Final Outlaw, Chris Eyrick in the right lane. Fair Warning, Matt Hudson in the left lane. Both of them going for the number 1 spot. Not gonna happen. Staying at number 2 is Final Outlaw. Chris Eyrick goes 519 on a 520, 172.7 miles per hour. Fair Warning, Matt Hudson goes 536 on a 520, 161.97. Crazy Train will stay number 1. It'll be Breaking Bad, Mike Torgerson in the right, Paso Robles, California, the 565 Chevy Canyon. Single Jack Speed Marina, Templeton Flooring, Precision Craft Marine, DPT, Rossland's Performance Motorsports, Mitch Toews Welding, and special thanks to the best crew in the biz, Meg, Craig, Steve, Faith, and Jody. Left lane, the Butcher, Cole Irick. 632 Chevy, Cole TR4. Masick Racing, Amber Electric, Robbie and Kim Orberg, Snavely Performance, Irick Racing, Williams Precision Machine. Thanks much to the best adopted mom ever, Lori Masick. The Butcher in the left, Breaking Bad in the right. Couple of NJBA regulars. All right, looks like they'll throw the Butcher on a single over there in the left. Was paired up against Torgy, but it'll just be the Butcher, Cole Irick in the left. 632 Chevy, Cole TR4. Masick Racing, Amber Electric, Robbie and Kim Orberg, Snavely Performance, Irick Racing, Williams Precision Machine, and the best adopted mom ever, Lori Masick. The Butcher, Cole Irick, Pro Comp Flat Qualifier. 594 on a 580, 140.11 for the Butcher and Cole Irick. Be in the number 17 spot for Pro Comp Flat qualifying. Quick Eliminator, 6 seconds to the lanes. Pro Eliminator, 6.5 to the lanes. Top Eliminator, 7 seconds to the lanes. Mod Eliminator, 8 seconds to the lanes. River Racer to the lanes. So now it's Breaking Bad and Mike Torgerson in the right. Out of Control, Jim Howard in the left. Granada Hills, California, Canyon 568. RMS, AZ Boat Guys, O'Grady's Bar, Howard Sinery, Extreme Boat, Mist, Andrews Powder Coating, L&L Anodizing, Balboa Boulevard, Elite Reels, McLaughlin Supply, Bear Trailers, Lifeline, LA Golf Carts. Torgerson will stay number 2 for Quick Eliminator. 607 on a 600. He'll stay behind Poffenbarger and Rambunctious. Pro Eliminator, Out of Control, Jim Howard, number 5 qualifier. A 646 on a 650 at 118.7. Next pair, Issues and Eric Stockbridge. Looking for sponsors on that boat. Mod Eliminator, right lane. Mod Eliminator, left lane. Touch Too Much. The AC/DC fan, Stephen McNeil on the left. Gross Blown, BBC 5 Jetstar. Gross Racing Engines, High Tech Performance. United Engine Machine, STD Racing, Mohan Machine, Rex Hutchison Racing. Special thanks to Deb, Dad, and Patch. Issues, Eric Stockbridge goes 804, 96 miles an hour. Touch Too Much, Steve McNeil goes 806 on 800, 100.17. McNeil sits number 5, and Stockbridge jumps up to number 3 qualifier in the Issues boat. 804 on a 800. High strung, Gary Riggins in the right. Visalia, California driver, the 500 flat Chevy 3D Hondo. Wife Lisa, son Justin, crew chief Bob, also Wade Robert, and all the families helping out, along with Bullet Extreme Fiberglass and Painting. HUR Racing Engine, Sean and Frank. Sunday Shooter, Ricky Sneed, Bakersfield Local Shoe. Engine is a 454. Chevy Big Block Hondo, Aloha Pools of Bakersfield, Rowdy's Pool Service, Bear Mountain Auto Repair, Dallas Macon's Props, and Blue Diamond Pools. High strung, still trying to get it back together. He got a good start, but then shut it off early. 689 is 73.4. The mile per hour proves that. Sunday shooter Ricky Sneed, he's on one today. 807 on an 800. Number 6 qualifier in mod eliminator. Brandon Owens and Bastard is number 1 in that class. And he'll jump up actually to number 6 qualifier. Sunday shooter and Ricky Sneed. Laughing Rat, Steve Hudson in the left. Turpin Racing Engines, Farmless Blacksmith, O'Reilly Auto. Thanks, Patty, Greg, Curtis, and Junior. Steve also owns the boat. Pro Eliminator. 6.5 second class. Wild ride for the Laughing Rat. Steve Hudson had his hands full there. Gathered it all back in and got it down to the other end. Old shovel nose hydro. All right, we're going green course. It'll be rambunctious. David Poffenbarger in the right, Pleasanton, California. The 540 Chevy Canyon. D21 Enterprises, Joey Gross with Gross Racing, Joe Shelfo Racing, Mike Barnes and Mike Pope. Special thanks to wife May Lynn for making it possible. Wake up call, Mike Rickabosh. Couple of quick eliminators. Mike out of Sparks, Nevada, the 509 Howard Chevy.
Capsule boat coming at you.
622 on a 600 left lane. Wake up call, Mike Rickabosh. Number 6 qualifier and quick eliminator. Your number 1 qualifier will stay there. 597 for Poffenbarger. 138.42. And we've got the capsule boat. Left lane. I believe a license pass. The Sickness, Scott Dirth, Pro Outlaw, the 501, 500 Chrysler Hemi, Nighthawk Recovery, Premier Pools, Jaegers Diesel and Auto. Special thanks goes out to Andy Dement, DSR and GS Marine. Special thanks to wife Diana, the years of patience on this project. Here we go. He's got Mert Littlefield blowers in his corner. He can't be all bad. All right, we'll get the jet ski out there to help out the Sickness and Scott Dirth trying to gather that thing in. First runs in a capsule. Obviously no times on those. Needed to launch it out there on a licensing run. The jet ski will go out there and assist. And it'll be truck and trailer for the 226 to the Lagoon ramp. Truck and trailer for 226 boat to the lagoon ramp. We got a perfectly green course. Rescue boat reports into the barge. We're going racing. We're going qualifying. Bastard and Brandon Owens. The Sickness, Scott Dirt down there. Truck and trailer for the 226 to the lagoon ramp. Truck and trailer for the 226 to the lagoon ramp, please. Bastard and Brandon Owens in the right. Liberty, BBC 540. Cherry Popper, Carly Craig left. Mod Eliminator 540 Performance, BBC. PW Racing and Fabrication, East Valley Performance Machine, Locos Only Racing Development. Hard Coatings, Jay's Hauling, Sperry Works, Crazy Earl Custom Colors. Cherry Popper and Carly Craig goes 776, 99.32 miles per hour. All right, I had them as a pair. They singled them up. This will be Bastard and Brandon Owens in the right. They had them paired up in the last pair, but now it'll be two singles. So right lane, Bastard, Brandon Owens scheduled to go. Bastard Brandon Owens will stay number one, 806 on an 800. Boy, that team's got that thing dialed in. 92.0 miles per hour. And it'll be No Name Mark Lane in the right up next. Couple of top eliminators if looks could kill. Steve Ross in the left. Stephanie Lane owns the boat. The Rogers BBC 500. Stephanie Lane, Jeff Leonards, Todd at A&T Marine, Peterson Specialty, Joey Gross at Gross Racing, Kevin Felkins, left lane, looks could kill, Steve Ross at Upland, California. The Advantage 540 Chevy, boy, I tell you, that looks like a Rogers. Steve Ross Electric, Team C High Performance Center, Silver Bullet Marine, B1 Racing, Steve Cylinderheads, Lefties Pinstriping. $710 on a 700 for if looks could kill. Will go number 3. Going to number one, staying number one. No name, Mark Lane. 705 on a 700, 111.26. Mark Lane, number one. Child abuse, JoJo Masick right, the 555 Big Block Canyon. Nick Rose Insurance, Snavely Performance. Joe Shelfo Racing Freedom and Fuel, Williams Precision Machine, East Valley Performance Machine, PW Racing and Fab, Naughty Sean. High Wire, Sean Rogers, Northridge. How about a 652 for Sean Rogers? Goes to number 2. JoJo stays number 1. 644 on a 650. That's your number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. JoJo goes through the lights at 123.7. A little too quick. 644 on that 650 dial. Pro Outlaw, an exhibition, warm up and come up. If you are not licensed yet, warm up and come up to the lanes now. Super E, first round, stand by. Abracadabra, Bob Prigmore in the right. Lake Havasu City Place Craft. BBC 572, Robert Honey Badger Ledbetter and David Ebert. D&E Motorsport Development, Peterson Boat Specialties, Cornell Sea Custom Marine. He got it down there that time. Abracadabra, Bob Prigmore goes to number 4 qualifier, 656. In Pro Eliminator, that was Ain't Bit Misbehaving in the left, Randy Garner. Number 7 qualifier in Mod Eliminator, the 968, 79.6. The 454 Chevy Sanger Hydro. Ali Cali Carlo helping out on that thing. Looks like quick decision in the ride up next. Steve Cranford, Watsonville, California. The Curtis Craft 540, Curtis 501. Napa Auto Parts, Townsend Enterprises, AMP by Kirsten, Chris Curtis Manufacturing, Joey Gross Racing, Mike Carter, Mike Chadwick, Mike and Francis Botson, Joe Adonapek, Chuck Hartsfield Racing. Steve Cranford, 373 to the 660 marker, 120.45. Number 2 behind Dead Man's Hand, Glenn Hutchison. Attention in the pits. If you did not get a round 2 qualifying run because of the wind conditions, come down now. If you did not get a round 2 qualifying run due to wind conditions, come down to the lanes now. Pro Outlaw Exhibition, warm them up and bring them up to the lanes, please. All right, here we go. It'll be Drag This, Tyler Riggs, Mod Eliminator. 557 Chevy Colt TR4, Fleming Racing Engines, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and TP Plumbing. Drag This, Tyler Riggs goes 810 on an 800, 99.73. On the left lane single, he'll sit number 4 qualifier. Bastard Brandon Owens is number 1, Carly Craig number 2, and Eric Stockbridge sits number 3. So we will be running the first round of Super E today. Super E, we will be running you guys today. We'll get your first round out of the way. There's only 8 of you, so 4 races unless we got a single or 2. Once again, if you did not get a second qualifying run in today due to the wind, come to the lanes now. Pro Outlaw and Exhibition, warm them up and bring them up to the lanes. All right, our safety boat just called for red course. We'll be momentarily on a red course situation. Wind's just kicking up a few of those white caps, and when the safety boat sees any white caps, they're going to go red course. Attention in the pits. Scott Owens, if you can hear me, IRIC pits are looking for you. Scott Owens, can you report to the IRIC pits? All right, they just called in green course. That's how quick it could go from red to green or green to red if those gusts pick up. And they'll fire up our boat. It'll be Flat Nasty and Tony Rossi, Petaluma, California, 482 Chevy Canyon Marine, HUR Performance, Jim Forsberg, Josh Hayden, Larson Racing Products, HUR Performance, thanks to the crew, Mom and Dad and Cassidy. Love watching that boat do its thing. Tony Rossi and Flat Nasty. 607 on a 6.10 dial in. Went a little too quick. 125.00 as the sheriffs had their speed guns out. No, I'm just kidding. 607 at 125.00 and no speeding ticket at Lake Ming today. It'll be the Butcher, Cole Irick in the right lane. That's the far side. Chevy 632, Cole TR4. Masick Racing, Amber Electric, Robbie and Kim Orberg. Snavely Performance, Irick Racing. Williams Precision Machine, best adopted mom ever, Lori Masick. Left lane, the near lane. Heart Attack, Sean Forrest, Hollister, California. 565, Joey Gross Canyon. Forest Transportation, Gross Racing Engines, KL Engineering. Special thanks to Mom and Dad, John Cooling, Kevin Lynch, Justin, Joey Gross, and Grandpa. Canopy boat as well, lining up over there on the right side. Coming up shortly. Couple of quick eliminators up there on the rope. The Butcher, Cole Irick in the right. Heart Attack, Sean Forrest in the left. And the engines come to life. In a good qualifying Saturday afternoon battle here in round number 2 for Quick Eliminator. The Butcher, Cole Irick in the right, Heart Attack, Sean Forrest in the left lane. Heart Attack goes 6.10 on a 6.00 dial in. 130.7, number 3 qualifier. And the Butcher, Cole Irick, will go to number 5 with a 615 on a 600. Good side-by-side qualifying race right there. 130 miles an hour for the Butcher. Here we go with the capsule boat. Right lane single. It's Unk and Brian Gilday out of Dixon, California. The 5'10" Brad Anderson beast. Beautiful boat. And it'll be a single. Runs Pro Outlaw. Definitely looking better than the first patch. That's what you want to do on a Saturday. Left hard, gathered that thing up. It was dancing around a little bit. You heard it shift gears. How about a 5.33 elapsed time to 1,000 feet? 166 miles per hour on the water. I used to do barefoot water ski competitions, and I asked the speed guys out there at Marine Stadium, hey, when does the water actually start to hurt when you fall? And they said 52 miles an hour. It is no longer water. You might as well be falling down on your driveway. And those guys would have to ski behind top alcohol hydros when they, if you're going to set a record going that fast, you got to obviously be behind a fast boat. Pallets, Hats, No Fury, Tom Bandy. River Racer out of Westminster. Man, I'm honored to be announcing Mr. Tom Bandy. Chevy BBC. Tom's getting in some laps today. This is his 3rd or 4th time out. Seems like.
Oh, wow.
Boy, talk about driving the boat there. 950 on a 10-second dial-in. That's the last two passes. He's been under 10 seconds. 66.78 miles an hour. He slowed down that time. I think he was going 97 on that last pass. Nonetheless, always good to see Tom Bandy, another NJBA legend out here, having some fun with us at May Madness. Speaking of May Madness, did you get your event shirt yet? Head on down to Brad Martin, SoCal Jet Boats. Get an event t-shirt. You weren't here unless there's video and you have a t-shirt. Promised Land and Kenny Boswell. Short delay down there. We're still waiting. We haven't heard anything on the radio. Top Eliminator. Right lane single for the 540 Gross Singer. Esposito Racing, Gross Racing Engines. J.O. Layton and Penny Lossing helping out on the racing operation. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The 50-50 is at $702. Come to the RSP booth in the Venda area and get your raffle ticket. Or Lori Thurston, the world famous Lori Thurston, is out pedaling around on her bike, selling them like crazy. So that $700 50-50 is probably going up. So make sure you get your 50-50 raffle. Time is running out. All right, just waiting for things to settle down a little bit out there. I just had our NJBA board member, Scott Tillinghask, texted me a picture of him sitting at Fox's floating bar. So I think we all need to flip him off in a group picture, and we'll send that picture back to him. Imagine you're so bored and you don't know how to go to the river that you have to text your job. But seriously, we hope Scott's having a good time out there. We know he's watching on the live stream. Hi, Scott. If Jeff Fry's out there, tell him Chappie said hi. Final call, final call. Pro Outlaw exhibition to the lanes. Pro Outlaw exhibition to the lanes. All right, coming to life, it's Promised Land and Kenny Boswell. The Singer 540 Gross, Esposito Racing, Gross Racing Engines. J.O. Layton and Penny Lossing helping out on the boat. Top eliminator, left lane single. Kenny Boswell taking it to the promised land. A 701 on a 700 index. 122.96. Number one qualifier. Top eliminator. White Privilege, Zach Rauscher, Unlimited Outlaw, Alpine, California, the 570 Miller BBC Cheyenne. BLR helping out along with Mike Miller Racing Engine and Rawls Precision Machine. The 905 boat. Zach Rauscher having some issues there right on the hit. He'll just get it down the other end. 452 to the 660 at 99.41. Sticking around at number 3 qualifier behind Dead Man's Hand and Quick Decision, Steve Cranford. It'll be Flat Nasty, left lane, Tony Rossi, quick eliminator competitor. Petaluma, California driver, the 482 Chevy Canyon Marine. HUR Performance helping out along with Jim Forsberg, Josh Hayden, Larson Racing Products. And thanks to the crew, Cassidy, Mom and Dad. I had to mix it up. Great job today by the barge communicating with both our safety boats on the water conditions out there. They've been constantly reporting the conditions at top end, half track, and the starting line. And it's been a lot of work because with these gusts coming up, it'll go from green to red course in a matter of 15, 20 seconds. So they fire the boat up, Flat Nasty, Tony Rossi ready to go. Left lane qualifying run, quick eliminator round 2. Tony lays down a 6.48, a 6.48 at 99.71. And will be at the number 4 qualifying position behind Rambunctious, Breaking Bad, and Heart Attack. Tony Rossi and Flat Nasty, 648 on a 600. And it looks like they're calling a red light. Red course down. Top end's getting a little white cappy they just reported in. And we'll let you know when we go green. Got to get some boats on the rope. It'll be La Puta Negra with Troy Van Horn. Second time out, the Wildercraft. 605, Mike Miller. Desert Yacht Racing, Dallas Designs, Tom's Paint and Body, Mike Miller Racing Engines, East Valley Machine, Whitemeyer Racing, San Juan Fabrication, Glidewell Performance Marine, Valley Transport, Valley Crane, Mike Odin, Custom Willies. And Troy Van Horn, a 631, 116.26, La Puta Negra. Super E, warm up. Super Eliminator, warm up. Super E, warm up. Super E, warm them up. Warm up Super Eliminator for your round one on a Saturday. Super Eliminator, warm them up. All right, the 50-50 is now at $788. Time running out. Get those 50-50 raffle tickets. The drawing is coming up shortly. Super E to the lanes. Super E to the lanes. Super Eliminator to the lanes now. Here we go with Bad Business, Austin Cole. I race karts with this guy and his daughter. He's been running so far this year. He's at Auburn, Washington, 604. That's the Ultra Tona Papche. KP Automotive, Axis Atis, 629 Racing, M&M Racing Fuels. Here we go. Kim Petrovich helping out. Marjorie Cole, Frank Nito. Well, he's having a good season so far. How about this? One qualifying run at the end of the Saturday after helping out the club working all day. He goes 582, 118, and he goes number 2 qualifier behind Freak Show. Exhibition, Bad Business, and Austin Cole. Super E to the lanes. Super E to the lanes for your round number 1. Super E to the lanes. Super E, round one. We need you to the lanes now. Super E, round one. To the lanes now. You know who you are. Fair warning. A Van Halen fan up there on the right, Matt Hudson. Jim Robertson owns the boat. Out of Hayward, California. Driver out of Escalon. The engine, a 540 XH1 Fine Line Rex Hutchison. Jim Robertson and Family Racing, it's a fine line. Special thanks to Matt Hudson, Glenn Hutchison, Joe Shelfo, and Rex Hutchison Motors. Pro Outlaw, qualifying run, Crazy Train, West Con. In the left lane, Cornell, 471, Brad Anderson. 2025 High Points runner-up. Civil Works Contracting, Civil Pave, RB Props, and Bill Diaz. Dement Landscaping and Andy Dement. We've got a green course for fair warning in the right, Crazy Train in the left. Wes Kahn and Matt Hudson qualifying Pro Outlaw. Crazy Train on a single. If they got that thing dialed in like a bracket car. 523 on a 520. Are you kidding me? 174.7 miles per hour. They had them lined up as a pair. It looks like a couple of singles if we can get fair warning up here running in the right, and that's what we'll get. Super Eliminator up for your first round. Super E to the lanes now. Final call. Fair warning, Matt Hudson will now be the single in the right. Escalon, California, Rex Hutchison, Rodak, 540. XH1 Fine Line. Jim Robertson and Family Racing, it's a fine line. Special thanks to Matt Hudson, Glenn Hutchison, Joe Shelfo, and Rex Hutchison Motors. All right, bad news there. We need the truck and trailer for boat 628 to the in-ramp. Fair warning is not going to make a pass. Truck and trailer for boat 628 to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat 628 to the in-ramp. So tough break there for Matt Hudson. Fair warning. Hate to see the jet ski help him off the track. So the truck and trailer for boat 628 going back down to the in-ramp to help him out of the water. Hey, remember our Team RFC Racers for Christ getting the race day started tomorrow, Sunday. 7:30 a.m. in the grass near the vendor area. Everyone is welcome. Brent will be there. The non-denominational chapel service tomorrow morning to get the race day started. Team RFC. Sunday Shooter and Ricky Sneed. Super E. Bakersfield, California local. Big block Hondo 454 Chevy. Aloha Pools of Bakersfield. Rowdy's Pool Service. Bear Mountain Auto Repair. Dallas Macon's Props. And Blue Diamond Pools. I'd be willing to bet that Ricky Sneed has a pool at his house. All right, folks, I guess we got some people asking as well. We will be running Super E round one. No Pro Comp Flat round one today. You guys can go ahead and have a cold lemonade. No Pro Comp Flat round one today. Just Super E round one like always. Wanted to announce that for you guys. There will be no Pro Comp Flat round one today. All right, Super E round one will be run today, but not Pro Comp Flat. Pro Comp Flat will be not running round one today. Did pretty good considering the wind conditions as we got through 2 rounds of qualifying. Super E round one, 8 boats. Sunday shooter and Ricky Sneed. He's been on one all day, an 809 on an 803 at 99.88 miles per hour. Ricky Sneed has been running consistently throughout today. Lanes are now closed. Lanes are now closed. Super E round 1 will be run as the final runs of the day. Red light on the course, red light on the course. They're trying to get through this thing, but once again, folks, NJBA rescue team isn't messing around. It's safety first out here. Not going to happen on their watch. It'll be Angry Black in the right lane. Paul Bauer, he's been running consistently throughout the day. Discovery Bay, California driver, the 555 flat Chevy 2000 RGR. Mom's Purse helping out, along with Mark's Wallet, Joey Gross, Gross Racing Engines, Jim Forsberg Racing. Last but not least, Christine. Double down, Cole Forrest in the left. 565 Super E Chevy Candy Marine, Forest Transportation, KL Engineering, Gross Racing Engines. Special thanks to Cole, Kevin, Joey, and Dad. Couple of regulars out here on the NJBA Super E class. All right, safety boat tells the barge, you've got a clean course. Tony Scarlatta on the barge today on Saturday. Tough job out there all day. Angry Black and Paul Bauer. Discovery Bay, California, right lane. The Chevy 2000 RGR 555 flat, Mom's Purse, Mark's Wallet. Joey Gross, Gross Racing Engines. Jim Forsberg Racing. Last but not least, Christine. Double down, Cole Forrest in the left. The Canyon Marine 565 Chevy. Forrest Transportation, Kale Engineering, Gross Racing Engines. Super E round one. The first elimination race of the weekend, double down. Cole Forrest will get the win light. 0-3 reaction time, goes 7:16 on a 7:05. 112.5. He'll take down Angry Black. Paul Bauer. 6:42 on a 6:25 at 126.9 miles per hour. Number 4 qualifier takes out the number 9. Drag this, Tyler Riggs in the right. Cole, TR4 557 Chevy, Fleming Racing Engines, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and TPE Plumbing helping out on the crew. It's Pete, Michelle, and Tyler. If looks could kill, Steve Rosh, Upland, California in the left lane, the 540 Chevy Advantage. Steve Rosh Electric, Team C High Performance Center, Silver Bullet Marine. B1 Racing, Steve Cylinder Heads, Lefties, Pinstriping. Wind light. If looks could kill, Steve Rosh, left lane, gets the win. 7:05 on a 7:00. Drag this. Tyler Riggs goes 8:09 and breaks out after a .08 reaction time. Tough break. And he breaks out by .004. If looks could kill, gets the win. Super Eliminator round one. Jerry Popper and Carly Craig in the right. Performance Boats, the 540 BBC. PW Racing and Fabrication, East Valley Performance Machine, Locos Only Racing Development. Hard Coatings, Jay's Hauling, Sperry Works, Crazy Earl Custom Colors. Flight Risk, Jesse Gregerson in the left. Brentwood, California, the BBC 565 Canyon Chevy. Ron and Joey Gross Racing Engine, C&J Carburetors, Crane and Hoist Services, and the Bandies. Special thanks to Mom, Dad, Rich, Jimmy, and Rick Santos. Left lane red light by .04 is going to cost Jesse Gregerson in Flight Risk the win. Cherry Popper, Carly Craig goes .004 reaction time. An 8:52 on an 8:00, 78.7 miles per hour for the win light. And we'll go red light on the course. Just because our live stream crew loves to stay here a little bit longer on Saturdays. Once again, they're monitoring the water down at top end, half track and starting line, trying to get through. We're almost there. Got a few more boats on the rope. It's No Name and Mark Lane in the right lane up next. Still on a red course. Wife Stephanie owns the boat. Rogers BBC 500. The boat's name is really No Name. I would never lie to you. Jim Leonard's helping out, along with wife Stephanie. We mentioned her. Todd at A&T Marine. Peterson Specialty. Joey Gross at Gross Racing Engines. Kevin Falcons. And the left lane issues at Eric Stockbridge. These guys are at the rope, waiting patiently, ready to go. And we're just waiting for a green course. And we're going to try to draw the 50-50 raffle ticket at 3 p.m., folks. 3 p.m. And it's easily going to be over $1,000. So get your 50-50 raffle. We're shutting it off, and we're going to call a lucky winner. You're going to get at least $500. All right, we introed the boats. Here we go. No Name in the right. Super E round one. Issues in the left lane. Watch that, Rogers, go. Mark Lane red lights by .09. Issues, and Eric Stockbridge gets the win. Number 6 qualifier takes out number 7. He runs an 8:01 on an 8:02. He broke out, but the worst of the 2 infractions, a red light will lose it for Mark Lane. Tough break for Mark. He goes 7:08 on a 7:02 in a losing effort at 109 miles per hour. Pro Gas Flat, Knuckles, Sean Giroux. This area, California, Joey Gross, Canyon 500. Triple B Speed Machine, Mac Investments, EJ Weber Electric. ETC Electrical Testing Company, Lead Mechanical. Amstex Electrical Testing, Sheedy Crane, Ron Gross Racing Engines, and DPT. Trouble right at the hit for Knuckles and Sean Giroux, and he's banging his knuckles on the steering wheel. So the run was aborted on the screen. For Knuckles and Sean Giroux, had the trouble there on the hit initially, the number 1 qualifier. For Progress Flat Bottom. Couple boats left. Finished up the eliminations for round 1, and we have anybody that didn't get a second qualifying run in. So it looks like 4 more boats to run on the day for the Saturday portion of the program for May Madness. RFC, Team RFC will get the day started tomorrow at 7:30. Races for Christ. For the chapel service, be there in the grass area down there in the vendor area. And I won't be talking until 8:01 tomorrow morning. I don't want to make Brent angry and walk on his show. And of course, we red lighted the course with 4 boats to go. Bad Medicine and Jordan Endler, right lane, scheduled to go on a single. Final few boats to run on the day. These are boats that either didn't get a second qualifying run or a licensing pass. Looks like second qualifying runs. Jordan out of Santa Ynez, California, the 540 Cole. Mark Inlet, Snap-on Tools, along with Magnum Greg's TV and VCR repair. People still need VCR repairs. Shotgun Doug's Transmission, Polly's Excavating. Jacob the Kid Rodriguez Plumbing Company. Special thanks to Joe Shelfo. Joe's at home watching old VCR tapes of his glory days racing. Hi, Joe, from Chappie. Thank you to the whole crew, Mom, Dad, and everybody that helps out on the Bad Medicine team, boat 461. Mrs. Shelfo's out here. They're enjoying the ranch life with their super smart dog out there in Tennessee. It could stare at a squirrel longer than anybody I know and point at it. Final boats on a windy Saturday out here. Great job by the NJBA crew for getting us through 2 rounds of qualifying. Wow, what a job. I didn't think we were going to finish 1 round this morning. We've had white caps all day. It was trying to look like Lake Havasu, dare I say it. You know, the only day it wasn't windy at Lake Havasu is when they had a sailboat regatta. Buybacks, step-ups, and declaring broke. You have until 3:30. Buybacks, step-ups, and declaring broke. You have until 3:30. All right, I just got word on the radio that Bad Medicine and Jordan Endler is going to run a half-track pass. They talked to him at the barge, and he brings it to life. So Jordan Endler and Bad Medicine, half-track in the right lane, half-track pass. I think the Bad Medicine team will be happy with that one. That was a hard launch, half-track pass, and that's a consistent run-in hot rod. So Jordan Endler and Bad Medicine, I think they'll be happy with it. Hallett Hats No Fury. Tom Bandy out doing laps. Tom Bandy's doing more laps today than guys out testing at Indianapolis 500. Good to see Mr. Tom Bandy out here, Westminster, California. A hotbed of jet boats back in the 70s and 80s. The BBC Chevy. Tom Bandy, ladies and gentlemen, get an autograph later. Hallett Hats No Fury. Tom brings the Hallett Hats No Fury through the lights at an 820 on a 10. He keeps getting quicker. That time he jumped up the mile per hour back to a 98.4 in that thing. All right, they're going to add up the final total for the 50-50, and I'm going to give you a winning number here shortly. Get your tickets out. All right, Ashley has the flat bottom posters with her, so if you can go find her and pick them up, please. She'd appreciate it. Ashley's on the property, and she's got your flat bottom posters if you ordered them. This will be Scrapper, Jim Abrams, Josh Hayden, the boat owner. Exhibition run. Laid down a couple awesome passes earlier. Let's check them out. Jim Abrams and Scrapper, the 423A entry. Only bad run of the day, Scrapper will limp it on down to the other end. Buyback step-ups till 3:30. Buyback step-ups till 3:30. I believe we have the final boat of the day on the rope. All right, Troy Van Horn, La Puta Negra, Wildercraft, 605 Mike Miller, Desert Yacht Racing, Dallas Designs, Tom's Paint and Body, Mike Miller Racing Engines, East Valley Machine, Whitemire Racing, San Juan Fabrication, Glidewell Performance Marine, Valley Transport, Valley Crane, Mike Oden, Custom Willies, and special thanks to Dad Dallas Marine, Curtis J, Eddie, Noah, and Mike. Exhibition. Spraying the left side buoys in the left lane. He lays down a 6:26. Elapsed time on the final run of the day at 111.03 miles per hour. Great job to the NJBA crew today. Tony Scarlotta down there on the barge, the NJBA rescue team. All the drivers and race teams for helping out and supporting us today to get through a challenging day. 7:30 in the morning for the Racers for Christ chapel service. And you have until 3:30 for buybacks, step-ups, etc. You have 25 minutes for buybacks and step-ups. And a drivers meeting at 3:45 today, folks. Drivers meeting at 3:45.